I'm doing good. I like slept all day, so I just like didn't have anything to do besides this today, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just like be in my bed because I haven't been in my bed for a couple days. Like I'll like sit at my computer and then I'm like, what am I gonna do? And then I never do anything at my computer because I want to play a game, but I can't decide on what game I want to play, and then that's that. I tell us, Essie. Okay, so obviously today we're sponsored by GFUEL. This is the collector's edition. It is sold out right now, but why is this music so loud, please? Anyways, we are sponsored today by GFUEL. So this is the collector's edition, and I got my hands on it because GFUEL is so nice and they gave me a box. Yes, ASMR. They sent this to me about a week ago, and I haven't been able to do anything because I went to TwitchCon, so I couldn't really be like, hey guys, let's do a sponsored stream while I was at TwitchCon. I mean, I don't really know, but yeah, it's a cute little lunchbox. It has the perks on it. It's like a cute little purse. Like when I do pictures, I'm gonna use it as like a prop, like a little purse. So this is what it is. You'll get a little, if they restock this and you want this, you get a little lunchbox. I can show you the inside. It's not really much of anything because I took the stuff out of it, but you could literally just take the foam out and then use it as like a lunchbox, which is really, really cute. It has perks on it. I think, what is this? This is Sprint Burst. I think this is, I fucking have no idea. This is Dead Hard, and this is, fuck! I have no idea. And then the back looks like this, Dead by Daylight. So it's super cute, super fun. This is the powder. This is Liquid Lullaby, and the flavor is caramel apple, I believe. Let me not spread misinformation on the internet. Yeah, it's caramel apple, which is lovely, gal. So we're gonna make some. So what I do for my GFUEL, since the collector's edition comes with a little cup, little Dead by Daylight logo, little topper, and the thing right here. I put a bunch of fucking ice in here because I love a cold drink. I really cannot stand like a fucking warm drink. Like I am the worst when it comes to it. So you take your little GFUEL, every little GFUEL container comes with a little like scooper, and this is the amount you want to put into your GFUEL. So you scoop the powder into this little cuppy until it's full. And then you put it into your cup. Slaying this like cooking stream, and then you put water in it. Okay, or it could spill everywhere. Gravity defying. Okay. Anyways, it is mixed, and then you close it. Make sure it's nice and tight. And then you mix it. So I'm gonna try mixing it. It leaked on me a little, but that's okay. And then you're good to go. Your drink is ready. Slay the house. Well, there's a puddle underneath me now, so that's fun. But anyways. So, oh my god, I'm actually soaked. At least this is a raincoat. So today we are going to do some Gotham Nights, and then we're gonna play Dead by Daylight, obviously, because we are hashtag sponsored by GFUEL with the Dead by Daylight little collection, and I'm doing a cosplay of a Dead by Daylight character. But I am so obsessed with Gotham Nights that I just want to keep playing it, and I cannot stop playing it, and I want my dedication to that game to be on stream. So I will be doing both games today. So we're gonna be hopping around. If no one would mind, if nobody would mind that, I would actually love to do that. Play both games. It's so fun, John. You have no idea. Like, stick around. I'm not gonna do anything for the story so you don't get spoiled, but like, it's lovely. I need to get some straws so I don't mess up the blood on my lipstick, so I'll be right back. 1 second. There's fully a puddle underneath my desk. So true, me. Alrighty. Let's get into it. Get into it. We do like a little pose with the stuff, so it's like I can use it as a GIF. Thank you, John. I have to set up my stream deck. Like, I have a stream deck, but it like it's fucked. So I just don't have the time or energy to really fix it. So not that. So quiet. Oh, it's actually Silent Hill. My background is Silent Hill. Well, on that screen. It's like a morgue of like all of the Silent Hill characters. Okay. Anyways. Let's not do a new game. We're too deep in. I kind of look like Paris Hilton right now. You think so? Oh, it's so sweet. It tastes like candy. It's a sour candy. We really need to do side quests. I mean, I can't hear. Oh, it's still muted. My bad. Okay, there we go. Oh, I guess I was doing something over here. I'm loving it. Oh, gagged.
Dang it, Nightwing, not again.
Hello? Oh, there's more. Not to be rude, but are you gonna let other people, like, base your opinion on something you haven't even played? Like, I just think it's, like, crazy. Everybody's like, oh my god, this game is so bad, and everybody is so quick to believe everybody. I'm like, form your own opinion. Like, that's, like, a big thing in the gaming industry nowadays. Like, literally what? Like, I'm not saying that it was a good game in general, but, like, I'm never gonna touch Cyberpunk because literally the whole controversy and, like, everybody was just talking and how bad it was, and, like, maybe it would have been different if I just played it and formed my own opinion on it, but, like, I'm not gonna let some people on the internet be like, Gotham Knight sucks, and I'm not gonna play it. Like, I think that's silly. If you're a DC fan, like, you'll play the game, no matter what is the... Like, if DC released, like, it's very like Silent Hill. Like, Silent Hill and DC are my big series. If Silent Hill, they're releasing a point-and-click game, I'm gonna play it. Like, I literally don't give a shit what they give us, I'm gonna play it. Same with DC. If DC gave us a garbage game, I'm gonna play it. Like, it doesn't matter. I don't like Harley's third design. I like her design with the straitjacket, and I like her executive look. I don't like the bob with the diamond on her face. I don't like that design at all. I'm not sure, Hannah. People are just like, I see where the game has faults. Like, the UI is not great, and then the motorcycle, like, mobility around the world is not great. But honestly, that's all I can really, like, think of. Like, I don't really see anything about the game. Like, people are, like, complaining about the combat. People are complaining about, like, I don't know. People just complain to complain, honestly, sometimes. Myself included. The multiplayer I've heard is really good, though. I mean, like, the only thing I've heard that's a bad thing is that, like, people are wishing that the cutscenes had multiple characters in it if you're playing on multiplayer, which is a lot to ask for, but, I mean, I guess I see that. But I've heard the multiplayer is, like, really, like, you can play the story with co-op. Like, you can do the whole story with a friend, which is... honestly, nowadays, kind of fierce. Like, I want more of that. God fucking damn it.
What are they doing here?
That's not what I wanted. Let's get on the bike. Yeah. I wish you could just fast travel. I don't like the bike. It's like way too slow. Oh my god.
This one is ready to play. This'll make you feel great. I'll burn it all down.
No, I don't drive. Somebody on, like, Twitter was like, why don't you just drive to Starbucks? And I'm like, girl, do you know me? I'm, like, notorious for not driving. I have so much anxiety, I could never drive. I'm that girl. Yeah, it's hot. I want someone to dress up like that for me IRL. That's all I want.
Master Richard.
Cosplay of who? Nightwing? I would be a sexy Nightwing.
Can't believe she'd go after, you know.
I have a huge ass like he does.
It was hurtful.
Oh my god, they're talking about when Harley dragged Nightwing's ass. He goes, I can't believe she would go after my butt. And then Barbara goes, after my, and then Barbara goes, your butt? And he goes, yeah, it was hurtful. That's funny. Last stream, Harley Quinn made fun of Nightwing's ass. It was honestly, they're so self-aware. So funny. Navi. Navi, the purple eyeshadow I used is from the makeup that you gave me.
Go for Barbara? Barbara? Since when do we use formalities? Hey, Dinah. What's up? I got a case here.
I liked it. I kept sneezing while doing my makeup though, so that's probably why my eye is watering. Which sucks, but it's okay. It kind of goes with the look, I guess. Where is this waypoint we need to go to? Right there? Oh. Oh. Where is this? Oh, it's right here. Why is it not on my map all of a sudden? I just had it. Because I went to base? Oh, work.
That's a surveillance drone. Scan each one in the sector and send me the data.
And then this airspace will be safe for our drone?
Once I reprogram them to look the other way, yes. I found another set of surveillance drones we can take care of. Sending the coordinates now.
They'll be friendly in no time.
Units needed near GCN Tower. We've a possible explosive device
Hello?
reported.
Be quick and quiet, and they won't know you're coming.
I need help! It's almost done. Just sit tight.
Ow.
Done. You're done.
Well, this might not be good.
You're okay. You just need to stay here a bit longer.
I think I can do this.
Nightwing, we can't do little moves right now. We need to disarm the bombs. Oh, shit.
No!
Oh,
I really thought I was goner there.
oh, I
Now
gagged.
it's done.
That was nail biter.
It's probably time I left.
I'm surprised they haven't made like a Nightwing solo game because he has his own like section outside of Gotham that he has, like he takes care of a city. Why is the battle music still playing? We literally, we're not fighting.
Wait, that's Nightwing.
Oh, the GC
Hi, Harry.
is trying harder now. These drones are shielded from scanning.
Where is the drone?
Okay. So how do I get the data now?
They have
Hi,
to
gay.
find fields when they dock at a station.
Mia, did you know today's stream is sponsored by hashtag GFUEL? Dead by Daylight Liquid Lullaby? Wow. So cool. Very slay fierce. That's crazy.
That's when you go in. Shouldn't be much trouble for someone with your skills.
Wait for a drone to dock.
How you doing, Mifa?
Scan that sucker. Seems simple enough.
shielded drones. Hold the... I feel like we've been playing this game for so long and there's still tutorials. It's kind of crazy. Where is said shielded drone? I know. I was thinking about you earlier. I was like, damn, you went to like... So I remember you telling me you had a lot of schoolwork to do, and then you had that whole week of like TwitchCon and then Harry Styles, and I was like, they're probably so overwhelmed or something. Like, I felt so bad. It was like, damn. School will be like... That's kind of what I did yesterday. I took the day off and I was like, fuck it. I'm just gonna lay in bed and do nothing. Which, like, honestly, sometimes you just need to do that. I also ordered Popeyes yesterday. I ordered Popeyes and I got groceries, which was slay. Finally ordering groceries after the month and a half I haven't had groceries. Something's happening down here. Who wants to fight? Stop throwing shit at me. Aha. Okay. I literally can't find this drone. Oh, it's right there. My mind.
The drones only drop their shields when they stop in a station. Wait for that moment to scan them.
What station? I must be confused. Do I have to get close to it? Hi, Laser Jesus.
Congratulations, you have your pilot's license.
I can fly!
Anytime you want to fly to a new area, just scan all the drones and I'll take care of the rest.
I don't know what that means, though.
This gives us one hell of an advantage out here.
What does he mean I can fly? I'm not sure what that means. Can I, like, just teleport anywhere? What do you mean, Alex? Seriously? How do I fly? Okay, well, clearly I can't fly, so I was lied to. Lied to several times. I want to do some of these side stories because I didn't do them off stream for a reason. I was like, let me do that. Looking great. So is this game open world like Arkham Knight? It is. It's very open world. Like, there's like 5 islands you can explore, which is kind of slay. You can explore Arkham Asylum, then you can go to North Gotham, New Gotham, this tiny island, and this giant historic Gotham. Did you spill your smorgasbord? Is that why that's what's all over your face? Shut up. Honestly, okay, hold on. Speaking of smorgasbord, I was trying to think of a character for my wrestler in WWE because I want her to be like a funny character because my bestie, their original character in WWE, their name is Booby T. So I want to get like a name that's like funny, and I was thinking of like Miss Smorgasbord, like something with smorgasbord. I was thinking of like Mistress Smorgasbord or something silly. I was like thinking of something crazy, but like smorgasbord was the first thing to come to my head. But I want to get like a funny meme character in wrestling. I can't think of a funny name. Me too, John. I haven't played it in forever. And like, it makes me sad because like WWE 2K22 is probably going to be the best game because in the new one, we're not going to have any of the old people we had. Like, we're not going to have the Iconics. We're not going to have like any of my faves that left, like Mickey James. Like, so sad. Even though Mickey James is anti-vax, but it's okay. I'll pretend like I didn't see the tweet. Where's Dick's story? Progress further in the investigation. What investigation? I don't know where we're supposed to be. Oh, I can't do Dick's story because I have to go further in the game. Got you. Okay. Fake evidence must be planned for the... No, Mia, do you not know the character I'm doing? I'm doing Trickster from Dead by Daylight. I'm doing a cosplay. Oh, it's a character from Dead by Daylight. Have you seen the rumors of Eva Marie returning, John? I honestly want it to happen. I literally don't give a fuck. Oh, I know you love playing Dead by Daylight. I know you love it. And I also know you love your GFUEL Dead by Daylight drink, Liquid Lullaby. I know you love to drink this. I know you love it. And you like to bring your lunchbox to school. Your DBD lunchbox from GFUEL. While I play DBD on my Switch at school. True. Kind of camp that I'm literally doing a Dead by Daylight collab and I'm like, let's play Gotham Knights for a little bit. Well, this is the Dead by Daylight Gotham Knights expansion. They said they're adding Batman as the next killer and Joker as the survivor. Dinosaur Island toys, let me in! Oh, is that a club? I want to go to the club. I think no, they're not. Behavior's working with Silent Hill and Konami to make a Silent Hill interactive story-based game. I don't know if you saw it. It's like a Telltale game. Very excited about it. Whoa! I would walk 1,000 miles just to see you tonight. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I don't wanna let you. That new Carly Rae Jepsen album is so underrated. Totally unrelated to what I was just singing. The way my eye like won't stop watering, I'm like, can we stop? Like I'm done. Be done. Let me use a clown nose to clean it up. Just kidding, there's a hair tie I can use. It's so good, Mia. It's like a good mix of like pop and like indie pop. I've never played a Silent Hill game. A lot of people are saying that. I'm like gagged that some of y'all haven't played one. I'm like, I will sit you down on my stream and watch you play it on my stream. Like, that is the content. Because Silent Hill 2, one of the best games of all time. Silent Hill 3, one of the best main protagonists of all time. Cheryl Mason, iconic.
If anyone sees you, you won't get a chance to plant the files.
Quiet is my middle name.
The way I almost just stepped in front of a camera by accident, and I literally almost just ruined the mission, not even knowing what we were doing. Okay. Very good job, Nemesis. Oh, the thing to turn off the cameras is right here. I did that by accident. Oh, there's more. Oh, that's a camera. Oh! I didn't realize it was moving. Turn off this camera, there's that. What the fuck? You can't even get in there. That's cheating. That's not fair. Unfair advantage. Oh, wait, there's one right here. Hello. Oh. Hey! Let me in. I know that's right. I know that's for sure.
Files are in, Alfred. Not a bad night's work, if I do say so myself.
Roger that.
He knows he's hot. Ugh. Sorry. I hate when a man knows he's hot. I want them to be in the palm of my hand. Well, I think that's because literally, like, the Gotham is known for the Gotham is known to be unsafe, so I think people are still not here after the aftermath of Batman blowing up his own base. They said, "Oh, that happened? We're out." Okay, I'm trying to get comfy. Can I get comfy? I would like to be comfy. Comfy check. Even though I'm sweating my ass off in this jacket, but it's fine. You stay down. Be done. No, Nightwing is not bi. Tim Drake, Robin in this game, is confirmed in the comics to be bisexual. He has a relationship with another gentleman in the comics. Yes, this is the jacket I brought to TwitchCon but didn't wear. I wasn't gonna do this look. I was just gonna, oh my god. I was gonna wear it with the cargo pants. The yellow ones that you saw me put on. The ones I wore to the concert. I actually finally yesterday just washed my TwitchCon clothes because everybody in my house has been doing laundry since TwitchCon, and I'm like, okay, like, I would like to wash these.
There's aerial surveillance here. Scan the drones and I'll reprogram them so you can fly to this location.
Not what I wanted. Oh, there it is. I don't understand. Like, it's a fast travel point? Like, what do you mean fly to this? Like, I don't get it.
You have to wait for the drone to dock before you can scan it.
I'll show you a dock. Oh, there it is. Hello?
You've almost got it. Try again, but this time hold the scan for longer. Yes, that's a good scan.
Did I do it? There's multiple drones in the area? This is too much. There is. I wish you could just hang on to them. Was it gonna dock over there? I know you want to. Sir, please. Stop. You're lying. Can you get on top of these? I miss Fantage. Fantage was like a Gaia Online hoverboard fantasy thing, and they used to have this mini game you could do. It's like fashion shows, and I used to love it so much. Literally fashion shows. It was so they deleted it off the internet. I'm like, why? All my favorite games get shut down. I'm like, stop. Lost Saga, Latale, Fantage, Club Penguin, WeWorld. Stop. Let me play my silly game. Why is this thing not docking? I've been following it.
I need you to hold that scan a little longer.
Oh, it's because it doesn't have to. Awkward.
Nice scan. I've got the data.
There's 3 in this area? Bruh. You stupid! Bringing out the mask because I'm dressed as a man today.
Those drones are only scannable when they're docked.
Lucius, I'm very much aware. Okay, perfect.
You got them all. Good. I've reprogrammed them to let you fly.
Okay, it is a fast travel point. But where? Oh, right here, the green dots. Got you, I see. That's interesting. Okay, work. I don't want to do that anymore though. That's stupid and there's no fun gameplay. I know, it's crazy. Erica actually rated us yesterday, Mia. Erica Clash. And I was super excited to see you. I'm team everybody on Twitch and Hoso. Super excited. I hope you're doing amazing. It was very nice. They're such a sweetie. And their content is so very adjacent to mine. We do basically the same games. Literally Erica was playing Sonic Heroes recently and I was like, I'm gonna start doing Sonic Saturdays or Sundays. So love that. Hi Lucy. I wish you could spawn the bike on here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh! I almost slapped myself. Remember when I hit myself when we were playing Fatal Frame 1? That was camp. Oh! What happens if I get hit by the train? Nothing happens. Alright, moving on. Have a good day. My eye won't stop watering. I'm like, girl, if there's something happening, then take the makeup off. But like, it won't stop watering. I'm like, girl, stop. Like, what else is there? I can't even dab at my eye because my nails are stabbing me in it. Oh, that's great. Almost all the makeup is off. LOL. What happened? Damn. Oh my god, my makeup is so fucked right now. This is like bad. Girl! Like, actually, what happened? The inner corner too? Like, hello? Like, why is there so much liner in my eye? I look like shit. Oops. This is what happens when I wear purple. My cursed color. I'm dead ass. Every time I wear purple, something goes wrong. Like, actually, every time. I don't know why. I like had a feeling this was gonna happen too. So humbled. I manifested it. What happened? Disembodied voice, please. Just trying to fix my makeup is all. Well, it's over. This food is so fucking good, Lois. Hi, Starchild. Hi, Maddie. Hi, Audio Freaky. It's okay. If my makeup falls off, it's okay, because you know what I have? I have my Dead by Daylight GFUEL Liquid Lullaby. Sure I do, baby. Yummy, tasty. Mmm. And you can get yours too with code Nemesis at checkout if you go over to their website. You really need to make a PETA command? PETA! Who vibrated my cooch? Oh. Well, he's allowed to. I said, who's vibrating my cooch? I said, he's allowed to. Next.
Batman left something here. Probably worth getting into.
Like what?
Nightwing recognized.
Batman left secure caches over the... You'll find rewards in them. I don't know if that's worth it. Anyways, we should probably do Cobblepot. We should do Cobblepot. Oh, we have to talk to Detective Montoya for it. Oh, got you. It makes sense now.
Authentication failed. Please try again.
How was the end of the weekend treating everyone? I'm okay.
Living the dream.
I spent the whole day yesterday doing absolutely nothing. I was hanging out with my bestie. Then I played Overwatch all day for the most part, and lost like all of my matches because Roadhog is a stupid champion and I want everyone who plays Roadhog to pee their pants. I ordered dinner, I got groceries, and today is today. Excited for the week to start, because I need Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Nobody's responded on the weekends. I need my Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. What's up, fuckers?
What have we here? More surveillance drones. You scan them. I'll make this place safe to fly.
I like the look, Nemesis. Thank you so much, Maddie Cheap Cheap. I am the Trickster from Dead by Daylight, here to provide you with content, aka please buy the GFUEL Liquid Lullaby flavor. Very good and yummy, delicious, yummy tea wig. Who was that? Wait. Let's get this fast travel. I mean, like, if we're here, let's just get the fast travels. That's not what I wanted, please. That's also not what I wanted, please. Everybody's going up about his ass. Sub goal, I'll buy a Nightwing suit and only stream looking behind me so it's like my ass is playing the game. Sub goal.
I need complete data. Take your time and do a full scan. You got the scan, I got the data. Nice.
Where's the other one? Don't angry face me, Maddie. Oh, here it is. Wait, was that the one we just did? Where the fuck is this other drone? Oh, it's over there. What? You guys are weird for that. Perfect.
Good work.
Thank you so much!
So you can fly back here anytime.
Thank you, Lucius! The way he dies in the Telltale game for no reason. Very bizarre.
Officers requested by Gotham Courthouse, Keane and Logerquist. Reports have come in about a possible kidnapping.
Hello, Montoya. Do I have to walk in front of you?
Nightwing. It's been a while. Where you been? I was expecting your boss.
I've been traveling abroad, finding myself, seeing the sights. In Bloodhaven, mostly.
Well, since we lost Gordon, some cops are back to playing dirty again.
Shocker.
Doesn't like it, but she's not doing much to stop it either.
I doubt I'll have any more sway with the new commissioner than you do.
I know Batman was helping Gordon clean up the force, but now any cops who used to be on Gordon's team are getting their asses handed to them. The gangs are ambushing them because they won't take bribes, and dispatchers are giving them the worst assignments because they make trouble for everyone else.
So the good ones are left to fight or give in to the pressure. The force sounds worse than ever.
Look, I hate to ask, but can you keep an eye on cops when they're facing off against the gangs? I know
What?
a lot of my fellow officers have issues with vigilantes, but they need the help.
Of course. Anyone crazy enough to fight crime in this city is worth fighting for.
Yeah, okay.
I'll try to get you some resources to help you protect everyone in Gotham, not just us.
It's nice to see you too, Montoya.
Honestly, that would serve. Poppers? GFUEL poppers? Oh my god, they really have you go all the way across the fucking world. Do I have a waypoint over here? Oh, fuck me. I hate my life. Ah! So far away. I'm just gonna drive there, I guess.
There's some surveillance drones. Scan them and then you'll be able to fly here.
Stop looking at his booty cheeks. He's trying to keep it demure. He's shy. I think so.
Officers needed to investigate near Wayne Tower. A prisoner transport has gone quiet.
The guy that fucked an alligator? No, a shark. He did. Hi, Mr. Cthulhu. So happy to see you. Why does he keep telling me to turn around? I'm just so emotional. Just kidding. Joke's on you. There's some guy in the comic books that he has like sex with like a shark and they consider him bi because he fucked a shark. I don't know if that's the intricacies of how it goes, but you know, work, I guess. I'm doing good. My makeup's kind of falling off, which is kind of not very slay, but today we're sponsored by GFUEL, which is good, so I can get that bag and I'm looking stunning and gorgeous. But I'm good. I ordered groceries yesterday. I'm chilling, enjoying this game, taking it easy, doing the thing. But I hope you're doing amazing. So happy to have met you, and I hope you're doing amazing and just slaying and having good vibes.
Officers needed near Robinson Plaza. We have reports of known criminals.
Oh my god. Yeah, also, have you seen, like, hold on, you want to talk about physics in this game? Let's talk about this. Oh, I didn't think it was that obvious. Jesus Christ. It's poking out. Like, hello? That emote. What about this guy? What you got? Ooh. Flop. Like, they know. They know. Everybody knows. Everybody knows he fucks you. No, be quiet. I'm not here.
You don't know. Shit. Gotta burn the evidence.
Is this even where I'm supposed to go? Wait a second. Well, it is, and I just fucked up. So, okay. All right.
Guess you can't dodge bullets. Light up that kill.
Wait, time until organ expires? What is happening? Why am I stunned? This is... Oh, he gagged.
So out of your league.
Oh. I don't understand what this organ is. What organ? I have to collect an organ? Like, what's happening? I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'll catch up in chat in just a second. Where is this organ? I am so... That wasn't it. What is happening? I'm so lost. The UI in this game is not giving. I'm doing really excellent though. Did a charity meet tournament this Thursday and Friday. I'm doing really well. Oh my god, amazing. I would give you a shout out, but I don't think I have any mods. Oh, Maddie's here. Can you do / shout out for Mr. Cthulhu? My makeup is literally like, I don't have makeup on anymore. It's okay, it's part of the look. It's part of my eye makeup. Hello? Anyways. You know the vibes. What is over here? Of course, it's the least I can do.
Looks like Nightwing stopped for some tea. You're dead, Bo.
Oh my god. Oh, you think so? Not it teleporting me because the other mission failed and I was just in the middle of another mission. Okay. That's nice. Oh, I have to do the organ thing for Penguin. Hi, Dylan. Happy to see you. It's part of the fantasy. Yeah, might as well take the wig off too, huh? The survivors stole my wig. Okay, so how do we go about this? Let's not mess it up this time. Also, did they fix the glitch that I can dance now? I paid for the game!
Officers needed near Robinson Plaza. There's reports of criminals
All right.
possibly stolen goods.
Let's not mess up this time. Hello.
In and out without being spotted. Let's go.
I did pay for his booty. I sure fucking did. Well, I got it because I wanted... Hello. I wanted it because there's a Teen Titans Robin skin, and everybody knows I love Teen Titans. Oh, the organ's right here. Let me take that. Oh!
The boss can do what he wants. I'm not going back to the Chelsea tunnel.
What happened down there?
Don't want to talk about it. Not now, not ever.
I'm so not used to the controls that I've been playing this game for like 3 days now, and I'm like, I still don't know how to play. Stop! How am I supposed to take... Can one of you move?
What's Harley Quinn gonna do next? A talk show?
Why are you talking shit about Harley? Hold on, let me take care of you. What did Harley do to you? I think I have to like... Literally so rotted. Harley is so gorgeous in this game, like I can't. Like, slaughter. Can I do like...
What now?
Oh.
You're on your own.
Do not go this way. Oh, I might be fucked.
Clear for now.
The Harley Quinn. What?
Got eyes on us. Destroy the package.
Where is the package? I know there's a package right here in front of me with Mr. Nightwing. Oh my god. Wait, he really gagged her.
What's going on?
Nightwing.
Oh, gagged. Cleared. Get their ass. Gay rights. Just kidding. I don't think Nightwing's gay. I wish he was. Is this it? Is this it? Is this the organ? Okay. Where is it? Oh, maybe it's in the ambulance over there? That might be a spot. Oh, what's this?
Belfry, the clock is ticking here. We need to get this somewhere cold.
What?
I've taken the liberty of contacting Dr. Tompkins, sending you her coordinates.
I have to deliver this in 15 seconds? Oh, you're nasty! That is so insane. You have to literally not get detected at all. That's insane. I suck at stealth. Okay. You want to play? Let's play. I think I'm playing on very easy. Let's not clown on me, okay? Let's not. Let's, you know. Ignore that.
Officers needed near Robinson Plaza. There's reports of criminals moving possibly stolen goods.
The buyer better be grateful after all the trouble he went through to get this order. If you complain again.
Okay, well, I know where it is now, so I can probably just, like... I don't think I have to kill everyone. I could just kill the people in the way.
If they spot me, things are not going to go well.
Be careful with those ice boxes. You don't want the new clients to get mad.
Third time's a charm, I guess.
Boss, we can handle the new clients. You don't want to cross them. So mind the damn ice boxes. The boss can do what he wants. I'm not going back to the Chelsea tunnel.
What happened down there?
Don't want to talk about it. Not now.
Hi, safety. Oh, I have to kill every enemy. It won't let me pick it up. That sucks.
We should show them who really runs this city.
Really? Oh. Silence. I meant to do a takedown, like a...
Huh? What the hell is going on?
Damn it!
Still enjoying all that.
Whatever.
Fast! Get rid of the evidence!
It's fine.
Another one done.
Nightwing, I don't have time for your tricks right now. They're sexy and all, but like, I need to, you know... I need to keep it pumping.
Belfry, the clock is ticking here. We need to get this somewhere cold.
Dr. Tompkins will meet you. I'll send the coordinates.
Can you send the coordinates faster, Alfred? Why is it so much further away? This is gonna be close. I love that fucking emote so goddamn much. Tina. I need to get that new sound command of Lois literally screaming her lungs out. Oh, this is gonna be close.
Do you have an appointment? I'm kidding. Come here.
Dr. Tompkins, I have an organ donation.
Nothing surprises me anymore with these gangs. Thanks for the delivery. I've got a medical team lined up who can use it.
I'll be sure to add medical courier to my resume.
Please.
Belfry,
That was so bizarre. I was like, why?
should be a lot more help.
When he got banned, I was like, somebody fix this now.
Penguin's not a generous guy. He'll want something in return.
Did he even get it appealed, or did he just have to wait the 3 days? Horrible. Rotted. Alright, now we can do a Penguin main story quest. Let's go, baby! Ah! I just kicked myself. That's so stupid. I hate people. I hate people. Your emotes are stacked. You have so many good emotes, please. I don't want, like, honestly, who is playing Batman to listen to the Penguin? Nobody likes the Penguin. Like, can we just delete him? Hi, TLE. I'm hot when my eyes aren't watering like today. He's an asshole, but he's not even attractive. Like, he has nothing redeemable about him. Like, at least with, like, Two-Face, he's, like, kind of sexy. Are we going back to the club? Seriously, I was like, I knew it was gonna happen today too. Like, there's like makeup all over my hands because I'm just like wiping my eyes. It's whatever. I DGAF. Like, I literally DGAF right now. Hi. The music in here, yes, music. I want to go here. Oh, there's people bopping here. You better. What is that? My game crashed. I don't know why it crashed. What was that? You're just walking around. What I do. The game is not sponsored, but you know what is sponsored? Dead by Daylight, Liquid Lullaby. That's sponsored. And this won't crash. You won't crash because it's sugar-free. Caffeine-free. Whatever. Same thing. Well, if I have to redo that mission with the organ, I'm gonna be bullshit. So let's not. Okay, perfect. Can't believe it's been 20 years already. I know, and we just hit like 11 million followers here on Twitch. Can you believe that, Asa? Love you, Asa. Hope you're doing amazing. All right, Nightwing. Let's not crash the game this time. And if it does crash, then we're fucked because I don't know how to fix it. Hi, loser. This time I won't walk down the staircase. For whatever reason, I'm just not gonna walk that way. Hey, loser.
Take a rest.
Oh my god, you've been sick? Nar.
You know why the boss is so worked up?
Don't know. He doesn't usually get this worked up over a mask.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
No need to fight.
I'm loving this game. Apparently people are shitting on it, but I'm like, I love it. I don't know, like everybody just needs to like play it and or like do some like watch someone play it and then you could form your opinion about it. Oh, she's a big guy. I didn't realize she was a boss. The music changed as soon as I get into a fight? Wait, do that again. I want to do it again. No, put the bopping music back on. I want to pop my pussy. Oh, wow. I dance. I do this to dance because apparently the emote wheel that I paid money for isn't working. That lock symbol, I'm supposed to have that emote because I paid for the deluxe edition. But it's glitched. Where's the DJ? No, literally, why did that just like, that track was so good. Bring it back. Oh, is this the coat check? Oh, no one's working the coat check. What's down here? Oh. Backstage. This is where the drag queens go to get ready. Hello! Cobblepot. Today's the first day of Scorpio season. I thought it was already Scorpio season. Hello?
They're listening. You may have questions, but I can think of a few reasons not to answer them.
Work. Well, can we go somewhere else if somebody's listening? My problem is I want the deluxe edition for the Nightwing costume, but I definitely can't afford it right now. Yeah, I definitely couldn't either, but I just did it anyways. Because I am what? Insane. And very impulsive. Like, the last 3 days, I'm like, this is the last day I'm going to order Uber Eats. And it is definitely not the last day every time that I order Uber Eats.
I never liked that thing. Clashes with the rest of the decor. I'm not even sure what's wrong. Custom made. Very expensive. Hey, careful. Some of those are first editions.
Okay, so what if Cobblepot offered you a lot of money? Like...
Illumination is
would you do something nasty with him if he wanted it for money? Like, if he offered you, like, $3 million, would you? I have no dignity, I would. $3 million, I'm set for life. Okay, period. I like that some people are like, no, I would never. I'm like, girl, 3 million? I'm a star! I'm mostly straight, but hell yeah. I mean, I support you. So how do I find these bugs? I just investigated all the items and none of them are bugs. 3 million is 3 million, definitely. And he would probably like be quick because I don't think he gets a lot of action. So I think he would be like 5 seconds and it'd be done. Para me. For me. Spooky me. Earth to me. Okay, like actually, how do I what? Can you speak to me? Like where are they? How do I destroy the bugs? Okay, so instead of my eye just watering now, I feel my like tear ducts watering, so like everything is about to fall off. So you know what? If I have an eye patch on for the rest of the stream, nobody question it. It's because I use new stuff to get into makeup today. So that's probably why. My eyes are so sensitive. Like, I can only use, like, 3 products and never anything else. I feel so ugly. Like, I can't. I'm, like, trying to turn this way because this eye is fine. So I don't, like, I feel so ugly. I'm like, don't look at this side. Can I, like, go out the room? I don't think it's in here. Like... Mr. Cobblepot. Thank you, Cthulhu. I appreciate it. Am I crazy? I found a bug. I feel like it wants me to do this, but like none of them are saying that the bug is in it. I can't read the dialogue right now. It has like dialogue next to all of them. I can't read that. It's too small. Heirlooms are handed down to the Cobblepot. These are the fun of the century. Each weapon appears to be well gated. They are, however, actually deactivated. Okay. What does that have to do with anything? In addition to Alice Encyclopedia's other... Like, hello? Okay. The day I get contacts is the day I would be afraid of me for the rest of your life. I would be so powerful if I had contacts. Okay, so... I actually have no idea what to do. Can I leave? I don't want to do this mission anymore. That's what I'm saying, and everybody's like, Nem, just wear your glasses and drag. And I'm like, I can't do that. Like, it ruins the look. Like, would Trickster wear glasses? No. And I would also forget to like take out my contacts. Like, it's not the tea. Like, they would dry my eyes and like kill me. Like, I would die in my sleep. Mr. Twink tutorial. Mr. Twinktorial. Oh, that's cute. Mr. Twinktorial. That has to be your streamer name. I do the glasses lick. And what? Period. Okay. Maybe, guys, watch this. Teaches you how to be a twink. I don't need lessons. I'm not a twink, but I don't want more twinks. Enough. The opera singing is sending. Oh, hi, Lala. How you doing? Under his bust? Not under my bust. Giggles. Oh, they're the yellow dots. I see. On the lamp. Okay, fuck you. Okay, fine. That was good. That was good. I'll give you that. Twink 1, Nem 0. Oh, I thought that was a lamp. I looked at this seriously and said, wow, that looks like a lamp. Okay, well, maybe I do need contacts. I'm hashtag loving it, but like people are shitting on it. I'm like, can we just live, laugh, love the game? The opening cutscene was amazing.
So you really are ready to play in the big leagues?
I'm ready to play with your cop. Nope. Sorry.
That bottle of whiskey.
I don't drink whiskey. I'm so sorry. Let's not do that, actually. Where is the whiskey? That's what Trashly bought me and Marisol, and me and Marisol hated ourselves for getting a shot of whiskey. Ugh.
Gotham's elite keep getting a pass on Blackgate. But not you. So what? You forget the secret handshake?
They were favored. I wasn't.
Favored by...
Your mom.
But no one talks about them. Not a whispered word is said.
The Court of Owls is a myth. Powers Club?
Yep. Where the super rich go for shits and giggles. Might be worth a peek. Personally, I stay far away from that raptor's nest.
But you're good with sending me there. Typical.
I lost years of my life to Blackgate. You go do what you do best. Just don't tell them I sent you.
We're going back to Blackgate for what? Wait, I'm so lost.
Belfry, you catch that?
Penguin sounded too eager to work together. Do you think he's up to something?
Probably. But that doesn't mean he's lying. He seems to really believe in the Court of Owls.
Okay, I'll do a deep dive on the court while you're
Oh, I don't feel gorgeous at all right now, Ivy, but thank you. I feel so ugly, but I appreciate the compliment. Some people are never, yeah, some people never are satisfied when it comes to AAA titles. They're like, Let's just complain for complaining's sake. Hi, Kims. Hi, Dee. What the?
Belfry here. Have you heard from Alfred? He went out and he usually would have checked in by now.
That's happening a lot lately.
What?
Maybe he's on a date.
Hello?
He said he was meeting Jacob Kane and wanted to get a walk-in.
It's dangerous at night. He shouldn't take chances like that.
Alfred?
He's still a soldier at heart. Just do a quick check to make sure he's okay. Will you?
Yeah, are we gonna find Alfred dead? Is anyone else worried? Hi, Joy. I'm gonna switch characters. I know y'all want to stare at Nightwing's ass, but we need to get some more quality gameplay in with some of the other characters. We'll play as the other twink.
I added new intel to the board.
Great intel. I love little Timmy. Little Timmy. I love this attire. Guess I need to upgrade him. I have labeled Tim as the disaster of the buy group. The disaster buy of the group. Leave him alone! You're so mean to him. He's just a little... Why am I, like, sympathizing with a twink? Sorry. I'm like, oh, he's just a little baby twink. Yeah, it's Barbara. Oh, I just hit all of those cops by accident. I'm so sorry. A cab, though. Oh, sorry. Gotta go. I'm so sorry. Literally going the wrong... I don't even know where I'm going right now. No booty. Yeah, I know. But it's like, it's Teen Titans, Robin, so I'm a sucker for it. Because I love Teen Titans. I'm like, I love my babes from Teen Titans. I hope they do mods. Like, I want mods for this game. Which might be hard, because, like, online stuff with this game. So, I just hope we get some mods. I want to play as Starfire. Yes! Beast Boy's my favorite Teen Titan. He's such a cutie. I love doing gender bent Beast Boy cosplays. I'd say that's like peak Nem.
Officers requested on St. Adrian near the warehouse. We have a 10:30. There's a robbery in progress.
Why'd you call me P Nem? Oh, peak Nem, P Nem. Yeah, you little piss baby. My little piss baby. My little piss baby Cole Wentz. He gets hit by a car. Sorry.
Colonel Kane.
Sergeant Pennyworth. I'm sorry I had to push our meeting so late. Work never seems to stop in this city.
I'm not gonna sleep. I'm having a G Fuel and a coffee.
The paperwork hasn't let up since Bruce's passing.
Yeah. I still can't believe it.
Burying Bruce was the hardest thing I've ever done.
Stop, I'm gonna cry. Like, actually, I'm gonna cry.
Do you remember what I told you after Martha and Tommy?
You said, life matters when death matters.
We take the living for granted until they're gone.
Stop! I can't do this with my dad's birthday coming
I
up.
don't know what the Wayne Foundation will do without Bruce.
I trust Master Grayson has been helpful as you adjust?
Yeah, he sure has. Dick had his first investor call the other day. I'm surprised how well he did.
Every day I find...
You geezers escaped from the old folks' home. Don't you know it's dangerous out here at night?
Every day I find new reasons to be proud.
Empty your pockets or empty the gun.
You're funny. You're real fucking I hope Alfred clears this kid. Oh, they're gonna eat him up.
You know what? Never mind.
Gagged. What?
Quite
The
a
pro-
proud
what?
face.
That punk didn't know who he was messing with.
No comment.
Come inside. We'll have a drink. Catch up.
Don't have to twist my arm. Let's not be long, though.
I thought so too. I thought it was part of the cutscene. I was like, interesting. There's someone else coming up behind him, and then he just levitated through him. I'm like, what?
Belfry, find anything useful on the court?
According to the poem, they're a secret society.
Old napped? Joy, shut up.
And they've been around as long as the city itself.
Controlling the city, huh?
I old.
If they're for real, they're super good at keeping it secret.
Can we hold on? Let's
And the court is as powerful as the stories claim.
let's investigate a little bit. Shall we, chat? He doesn't have a booty like Nightwing, but he does have a little something something. I think it's not tight enough. Like, you can see his little dumpy, but like it's not tight enough. Like, he's got a little something something.
There's a good chance they're orchestrating the releases from Blackgate, which would mean they've been getting away with murder for centuries.
Aw.
Got it. Hopefully the Powers Club can tell us more.
Love this game, but they lost me. Like, I have no idea what's happening right now. Like, yeah. Oh, I can move? I need to, like, do their quests to get the super mobility. Momentum ability. I have to kill 5 of the giant guys. Hello?
No way. I like having them around.
Belfry, I've reached the Powers Club. If Looks older than Gotham, and even less friendly.
So that mansion's over 100 years old and heavily renovated. The only blueprints we could find are way out of date.
So we have no idea what to expect. Great.
I'm looking. Plants. Where the fuck is Ivy? I'm gonna get mad. Give me Pamela. Where the fuck is Pamela Isley at?
I'm inside.
Be careful. Let us know if you find anything.
There's a lot of green here. It's possible that she could be here. I see a lot of greenery.
Spotted a patrol.
They told you to take an extra long
I doubt it though.
I'm not complaining. Nice to get a break once in a while.
So what do you think the poor bastard did?
What poor bastard? As far as I know, I just got a longer break. Better go have a look-see. Well, if it ain't Robin.
Weird.
Now that that's done, time to explore.
There's no botanical gardens in this game. I looked on the map. It's like nowhere to be found. Didn't the botanical gardens get blown up in Arkham City? I know, there's a lot of, like, strong women in this game, which is, like, so hot. Where am I exactly exploring to? Oh, up here? I guess the fuck not. Bruh, where the fuck am I supposed to go? Wait, what's this?
AR shows a clear trail of blood. Wonder if there's anything else to see. There's something hidden under the floor. The hatch is wired to a network. There must be some way to activate it.
A network? A Nemesis network?
This place gives me the creeps. Tell me about it. I hear people go in and never come out.
Great, that's the last thing I needed to hear. I'll be glad when my shift's over.
So true. How come they all heard me from the other room? Well, that's that.
I knew that book didn't look right. Got it.
Hmm. Oh, it's right there.
Hidden in plain sight. Success!
Please? He ate that. I don't know where this goes. They just go that way. Oh, there's something over there. Oh, okay, please. Follow the activated wires. Like, I did. Did I not? Why am I so bad at this game today?
A hidden staircase. Wonder what else they're hiding.
Oh, we're gonna die down here. What is happening? I'm scared. I'm afraid of the dark.
Found a hidden staircase, Belfry. I'm going to find out where it leads. Great. Lost comms. Enable logging mode. Something tells me we're going to want to record what's down here.
This is scary. No, literally, I'm like, you're gonna, like... Joy, how far did you get? When you played?
The blood stops at the wall. That's weird. No obvious way through here. There has to be more to this.
Oh, work. So you met Talia, right? Miss Al Ghul.
Okay, that did something.
Yeah, like, we're literally gonna run into, like, Ra's al Ghul's, like, dead body that's not with us anymore. I'm scared. Not a puzzle, girl, please.
watching from inside of Gotham's walls.
I know, the shadow puzzle from Uncharted that I had a breakdown about the other day. It's happening again.
And they rule us, one and all.
I like can't see like what it is supposed to be. Like what is that supposed to be? I don't get it.
But no one talks about them. Not a whispered word is said.
I feel like this is right. Is it not supposed to be a bird? Oh wait, the wings are backwards. Wait, it's an owl. Is it not supposed to be an owl? I feel like that's right. Yeah, and they have owl masks on. Do I have to do it facing the camera? I feel like it wouldn't reflect the right way then.
Or if you try to cross them, when a talon strikes you dead.
Thank you, Cthulhu. Have fun at D&D. Don't be a stranger now. Thank you so much for coming and hanging for a little bit. I'll try to pop into one of your streams. I don't know your stream schedule, but I'm usually up late, so I'll try to pop in. I'm usually a lurker, though, because I'm, like, super shy. Which is hard to believe from how I acted at the party and how I met you, but... Huh. Confusing. Thank you for coming. It means the world. It's gotta be like just like a little thing. Like it can't be like it looks right. Maybe it has to be turned the other way. I am correct. It's always a shadow puzzle. It's always a shadow puzzle that gets me. Girl, literally, what TF? How's Gotham Knights? Not good now. I'm stuck. Is there a hint? Oh, that's funny, Colwitz. Oh, that's a good one. Stupid fucking poopy sniffer. I can't. I feel like you are close though. Or were. Yeah, I do too. I guarantee you it's this wing it wants me to do. It wants me to do something funny. What if I like just turn it around? Like only the wings and the head. Turn the wig around. Turn the bob around. No, because that just looks silly. So silly. Like, this isn't even an owl. It's a silly goose. I can't. I feel like I had that so many times before.
No, what's he doing?
Get gagged.
That sounds like trouble.
Oh, wow.
I know you can't hear me now, Belfry. But when you can, Penguin was telling the truth. The Court of Owls is real.
The Court of Owls. See, I told y'all I don't fucking like birds.
Let's see how deep this goes.
That's what I say when I top. It was for a bit. I don't say that.
Guess I just follow the blood then. Not
That's also what I say when I top. Sorry. Oh my god. When? Yeah, so like never. What is the button? Oh, here we go. I guess I follow the blunt then. Oh, do we actually have to go up and over? Jojo, thank you for the follow. Oh.
Maneuvering around that grave was such a waste. So many things we
Okay, girl boss.
Death has cleared the way for our new acquisition.
Good.
Grandma.
However, do try to be careful where you let them dig, my dear. As for that other issue,
We've already bribed the senators. I've been assured your bill will pass early next month.
wonderful. I am
The Fatui.
with filth.
I'm sorry, man. We need to get you to safety.
Who is she? She's kind of a girl boss.
Scratching at the walls. They're all soft.
The dog is fake, yeah. Oh, it's taxidermied? Oh, probably. That makes sense.
Guess I have no other choice but to go through them.
No one gets through. The ceremony can't be delayed. You don't need to tell me that twice. This is our chance to impress the voice. Kill the intruders first. Then you can think about the rewards.
I should have waited. Get gagged. Oh! I didn't know there were more. Why are they doing drugs? What's happening? Oh my god, why are there so many of them? Work.
This is a lot of blood. More than most people can spare.
Do you see Nightwing's mullet? Yeah, and you know I hate a mullet. So I was not gagged. I said I'll pass.
I hear someone. He's still alive.
R. Well. I like his fade better, but that's me. Me.
Wait up! We're heaping! I made a mistake! It won't happen again! Please!
It was a trap!
Death to the traitor!
And death to the trespasser. Despicable scum! Kill them!
The voice of the court comes. He will dictate the punishment.
Who? Pretends to know who it is. Why is Robin like, I know who it is?
Cannot forgive your failure. You will atone with blood.
Don't do this. I won't do anything!
And you, Vermin, do not belong here. The last time an intruder set foot here was more than a century ago. The punishment for this insult remains the same.
Hello? Oh, wow. What's happening? Oh, oh shit. Run! Okay. I didn't know that was an insta-kill. Work. Oh, now we gotta go? Oh! Right, right. Okay. This literally is Saw right now. No! I'm doing great. Okay. All right. I'm glad there's checkpoints. What the?
They really put a lot of work into this.
Fuck me in the ass. Did anyone do this first try? Because I feel like that's impossible. Hi, Acid. Fuck! I'm doing great, honestly. I'm doing so well. Is anyone keeping count? Run! Another day. Well, welcome in, Acid. Happy to have you.
These are all bones.
Bones! How many bones do you want? Oh.
There must be hundreds of bodies down here.
Just to punish people? Yeah. I don't know. Probably just like... That's probably how they get rid of all the bodies too. Just like fry them up and shit.
War museum. It must be maybe 100 years old.
Oh, can I climb over this? Oh, I didn't know that.
Here's hoping that's a way out.
I guess you could say the court has a bone to pick with Robin. Not just Robin. All the gay people in this game. Oh, we're out.
Glad to have you back
It's a long story. The people we're up against are not messing around.
My FPS?
I'll tell you more when I get back.
Copy that. See you soon.
Thanks, Chad. How are you doing? Chad, I love the pictures we have with each other from the con. They're so funny and goofy. Yeah, Robin's he's canonically bi. In one of the comic, I don't even know what the comic is, but can you shut up? I didn't know you could just do that to pedestrians. Oh my god. That's kind of hilarious, actually. How are you doing, Chad? Happy to see you. Okay, I think we're gonna switch back to booty cheeks, Mr. Nightwing. I love Robin, but let's take it back. It is. Nightwing is so hot. I see like where people are having complaints with it, but overall I think it's like good. Like, oh, cutscene. See, they know what they're doing. They're making him moan and do like exercise in front of us.
Did you know that Bruce was looking into the court?
I didn't. There were few things he kept from me, but this was unfortunately one of them.
For me too.
We managed to log some voice recordings of the court, but they're difficult to make out.
Oh man.
Just forget they had playing.
Tim.
You know, you weren't the first Robin, kid.
Or the second.
Bunch of files got corrupted. I'll run some diagnostics, see what I can recover.
You're sitting on the computer.
Left us any more clues?
Margie, the tattooed lady, would tell us stories about the court back at Haley's Circus. Used to say they were watching and they'd steal us away if we gave a bad performance.
Oh, me?
I assumed it was just circus legend.
Not at all. There are a number of references to the court in Gotham's history, but nothing concrete.
Look at him man-spreading on the computer. He's so spread out.
Supposedly some wingnut wrote a tell-all book about them. But it's a legend in and of itself, so...
Shame, really. Such a work would have made a wonderful addition to the library.
The earliest version of the court rhyme is from the 1700s.
And says they're after the Fountain of Youth.
Seem pretty kill-happy for people who want eternal life.
Those aren't mutually exclusive. There were a lot of bodies in that pit.
And one of them was holding this. Might open something useful.
Our scans revealed an isotope embedded in the metal. It definitely has a match.
It's a key.
So, let's find the door.
Let's.
I pinned new information on the board.
Okay, love this game, but I'm a little lost with the story right now. They really are the Ninja Turtles. Wait, hello?
The most infamous, if not famous, member of Gotham's long-established Cobblepot family.
Me too, chat. Maybe that's like a thing you can unlock. Because I have a lot of the transmogs, but I know you can like craft gear. Maybe when you complete the game, you can craft like streetwear clothes. Because like these you can't transmog. Like these outfits you can't transmog. Which is weird. So I think like some of the outfits like are like this one you can't transmog at all. It's just an outfit. Oh, that's a cute outfit. Because I think these ones you can customize. Yeah, it says right here you can customize the color with these ones, but for transmog, you literally can't customize the color at all. Only the first one. Okay, but my complaint still stands. Love this game. That's my 3 complaints right now. Well, only 2. Is the UI is a little jumbled, a little messy, and then the story's a little all over the place. Like, I love that there's different stories happening, but I'm trying to see how they tie together, and it's a little confusing. Like, the Harley Quinn storyline of her basically creating like her own like cult, and then the actual cult of this game is up in the air and crazy. I also don't know what the connection between Penguin and the cult is. Maybe we're supposed to find out. Like, I'm a little confused as I am. I'm a consumer. I'm not sponsored to tell you that, but you know what I am sponsored by? Dead by Daylight Liquid Lullaby, available on GFUEL's website. Use code Nemesis at checkout. I know we're not playing Dead by Daylight, but I am stunning and gorgeous and look like the trickster, so. Caramel apple.
Vigilante activity is on the rise in Gotham.
Hi, House. Hi, Talos.
Media are lighting up in recent days with numerous reports of masked heroes disrupting criminal activity across the city.
Okay. Let's see if we can craft better armor for him, because he was struggling through that one fight. What the fuck is this outfit? Charles Mason wig. Oh, my wig I'm wearing now? You think? I said the same thing, Joy! That's funny. All right. Oh, there's a cutscene over here. Let's see. It's gonna make me cry. All these cutscenes they do are so sad.
Morning, Alfred.
Richard?
Is that the buy flag? Oh my god, he's bi! That is intentional! That is intentional! There's no way it's not.
But being a leader has a cost. You needn't shoulder it all alone.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, at times, you can be much like Bruce.
I'm nothing like him.
Thank you for the biddies, Antonakos.
Of course not. So, unlike him, you would never push through an injury.
I'm fine. See? I'm good.
Knowing when to take the help that's offered is a sign of a good leader.
Be nice. And you don't? I have gamer hunch. Be nice. That is so gaggy. Wait, what's the email he got from Sean? I've been hearing messed up stuff about Batman. I've seen freaking Superman in Bloodhaven. Is that true? Is he gone? Did something happen? Are you okay? I know we're not like whatever. It doesn't. I just want to know that you're okay and you're in Gotham. I could get a bus if you need to see someone. Oh my God, he's bi! Stop! Respond to him! Respond to him right now, Dick Grayson! Oh my God, by rights. That's so intentional. They literally just confirmed he's bi. There's no way there's not. Literally, there's so many inserts of this game of like queer inclusion. It's honestly like, I love how like secretly queer coded this game is because we all know. Like, if you play DC and stuff, you know these games are gay. Like Batman and Joker are not straight. Like this, like everything is so queer coded. Like my heart. I can't. The way he has like a he has like a boyfriend back home, but they're not really boyfriend and boyfriend yet. They're kind of like, oh, stop. Pull at the heartstrings. Where's the next email? I need to see it.
Perfect. Thanks, Belfry.
Like, literally, there's no way that it was unintentional that the bi flag was there. Like, come on, guys. Then the gay flag. I hope that means we get an interaction with Tim. Did they change Sean from the comics to be a he, him? I have no idea. I don't know who Sean is, so. I don't keep up with the Bloodhaven stuff. But you know what I do have? Actually, speaking of Nightwing comics, where is mine? Where's my special one? If we're gonna talk about bi rights. I regret taking it out tomorrow. Where is it? Hello? Probably some Sirens, Black Canary. Oh, here it is. This is a real comic. It was the Robin Bombshell collection. So they have Nightwing, Tim Drake, Jason Todd, and the other girl as like sexy covers. But this one was actually done by one of my favorite artists. What's his name? I think this was done by the person that does the Teen Titans. I want to get my hands on the Jason Todd one though, but I love this one. It looks hot. But I guess they asked like the community to make artists. I think it's Bap Straws, is it not? I never read this comic. I don't even know what's in it. I have a comic that's has Harley Quinn having sex with Lobo. They have like hot sex, like naked in like a waterfall. It's so good. I love collecting comics. I have like a stack of comics over there. Speaking of comics, I'm gonna go pee. Get this jacket off me. Reminds me of, who's that? Okay. Period. I need to go into Boston more, because like last time I went into Boston I found that comic book. There's a really good comic store in Boston I really want to go to. I should get more comics just for like serotonin. They do nothing for me, they just kind of sit in one of my cabinets, but I'm a collector, so I collect them like amiibos. I haven't gotten a new amiibo in so long either. I feel so like I need something to like start collecting.
I'm outside the building.
Funko Pops are alright, but if there's not a deal happening, I'm not buying a Funko. A 2-for-1, I'll buy one.
Inside Gotham's walls. Copy that.
Oh, you know I love to collect. You know I love to eat. You know I love to serve. You know I love to collect.
Glowing? Check. Creepy? Check. This is probably the door. Once more into the breach.
I'm not gonna ask how that just happened, but What is happening right now?
Belfry, I'm inside. Place is quiet. Some kind of court hideout.
Strange location for it. Any indication of what they were doing there?
I'll take a look and let you know.
Those noises.
Moreno. Wonder if we have anything on that. Belfry, do you have anything on a murder case with a victim named Moreno?
Of course. The brother of Elena Moreno, a local judge. She took a leave of absence from the bench directly afterward for family reasons.
The Court of Owls was behind it. I'm gonna see if I can find anything else.
Okay, I'm sorry. I appreciate what you're doing, but I like don't like that energy. I'm done with you. Go do your trolling somewhere else. I'm fine. You keep talking about it and like literally no one is responding and it's crickets. I'm trying to be nice, but like my chat isn't a place to spread hate to anybody no matter the cost. Like we're cool. You do your thing, girl. Have fun. Trolling. Hi, John. Also, one of my rules is to not self-promo. I don't care who it is. It's my channel, and I'm pretty iconic, so thanks. Appreciate it. Smooches. Have a good time, though. I'm just guessing. I can't read the text, it's too small. Fuck. Literally have no idea what is happening. make the text larger? Because, like, it's so small. Ugh. It's just subtitles. Oh my god, yes. What is the order about? What is the court's instructions? What is the location? Means constrain and confine. Text means take out the prisoner. This matches the symbol on the other of the Murano. It says kill the target. Text is in Old English. It says means to be threatened, make them fear. This means purge. The text says kill those who trespass. Matches the one on the second order. No, literally, I don't have my glasses on, so I can't read it either. I'm like, I need it to be larger. Okay, well, we're gonna be here all fucking day, so I'm just gonna guess. Okay. Girl! One of these days, I'll get it. All right. Perfect.
Belfry, seems the court ordered a hit at the Chelsea Tunnel.
Construction on the tunnel was shut down when the site was declared unsafe.
Smells like a cover-up to me. The Court of Owls is hellbent on keeping that site secured. Heading there now.
Take care and keep us updated.
Oh, we're on chapter 3. Is this not it? I found it. Dick's entering a hole. God, I wish. Just kidding. I'm good. Don't touch me.
I'm in the tunnel, Belfry. It looks like they uncovered some kind of chasm down here. I'm going into it. Comms will probably cut out, but don't worry. I'm a big boy.
Copy that.
I can't see. Thanks, Marshy. Good morning. What was that? Why is this a horror movie? All right. That's new. All right. Not sure I like that, but okay. Scary.
What is this place?
Literally, where are we? We're gonna die. Oh, hey! The chasm, like in Genshin Impact.
These monsters never seem to quit.
We are literally in Until Dawn right now. Oh my god! Oh! They're poisoning me. Oh, these guys are hard. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Your mom. Well, that was interesting. Welcome back, Lib. I mean, it's not new for Batman games to have something like that, but I was shocked. This is shocking news. I was shocked.
Whatever they're after down here must be worth a lot to the court.
The Discord. Sorry. That's not what I wanted to do, but go off.
Nothing left here.
The music, like, I'm scared.
Extraction room. Perfect. Okay, but I'm not leaving empty-handed. This equipment must be good for something.
Not this again, please.
Probably something in here that'll tell me what they're after.
How am I supposed to solve it if nothing is letting me connect the dots? Oh. Girl, you're stupid. Girl, fuck you! What? Who GAF? Literally no one GAF about this stupid little puzzle thing. Girl! I hate these things. Stupid puzzle shit. I can't. I have no patience for this. I don't play a Batman game to play this fucking shit. Girl, I can't. Literally no one GAF. Like, literally no one GAF. I don't want to read! I can't! I just keep guessing until I get it right. Just like in high school, when I would guess C on all my things in multiple choice questions, and then I literally dropped out, so yeah. I mind. You just see it out. When you don't know, you just see it out. Exactly. Exactly.
What the hell is Dionysium?
Your mom.
Someone will have fun studying this at the Belfry.
See, like, he doesn't even know what Dionysium is, so it's like, if I were to even read all of that, it wouldn't matter.
Guess that's my way out.
We're gonna get swarmed.
So you're still alive. It's clear you don't understand your place. We earned our power. We shaped Gotham into the great city she is today.
Gendering the city.
We are the protectors, not you. You're just bats. And owls devour bats.
Well, that was almost bad.
Guess it's time to go.
Oh, Lord. Why did he wait?
Where am I now?
Girl, I really have no idea.
Blocked. Probably caved in on the other side.
Oh, he's very dramatic. I hate that he knows he's hot.
This
Like,
gets
damn
weirder
it.
by the second.
Club going up on your mama.
Are you there, Belfry?
We seem to have you back, Nightwing. Are you all right?
Always. Found a fun thing while I was down there. Ever heard of something called Dionysium?
Dionyse these nuts.
And Belfry's gone.
You take forever to do the simplest of tasks. We have things to discuss. Come find me.
Oh, she gagged. Club going up on a Tuesday.
What?
I'm hungry. I'm Squidward. I'm Squidward. Mother.
Court of Owls is watching. From inside of Gotham's walls. They lurk in every shadow. And they rule you. One and all.
You knew. All along you knew, and you never told Bruce about the threat to Gotham.
When I was still part of the League, we observed the court's growth in Gotham. Now you can see the city's rotten core.
They're mining something. Something that seems like it might come from a Lazarus pit.
A foul substitute for the true miracle. A contaminated extract. For centuries, the court has been looking for a fountain of youth. Instead, they found the makings of undying monsters.
Guess we know how the Talons are cooked up then. Thanks for that. But why leave the court digging? Why not offer them a Lazarus pit? Then control them from the inside.
Even in their current debased state, the League would never descend to such venality. And the court's greed and corruption prevent them from ever mastering the secrets of the Lazarus pits.
You don't treat the Lazarus pits any different than the court.
Oh, those are some harsh words. After all, your friend Jason benefited.
What about what he wanted? Jason had no say in what you did to him.
I suppose gratitude was too much to expect in exchange for another stab at life.
You don't get to talk about gratitude right now, Talia.
With Bruce gone, the court's operation grows. The League of Shadows will raze Gotham to the ground unless you silence the court.
I know you, Talia. You just want us to get rid of the voice so you can do whatever you want. What's your endgame here?
I'll do what I can to distract the League. And your path to the Court of Owls will be clear.
So the Lazarus Pit, for people that don't know what it is, it's immortality. So that's what they're looking for. That's what they want? Like the people that are like the cult with the owls. That's what they want. And Jason died but got resurrected with the Lazarus Pit because Joker like shot Jason. I agree. Me too, Joy. I agree.
Oh, this is how Montoya feels.
It seems like the developers have a lot of like diversity in this game. Like they're very self-aware and very like in the know. Like it's not like, remember a couple months ago when I was talking about I talked about this on one stream. I was like, the people that are in charge right now, they're making bad decisions of like the people that are in charge of AAA games right now, they're boomers and they don't really have any self-awareness into what the general consumer of our generation want because they're just older and they're very ignorant. So I feel like this, like Gotham Knights and WB and a lot of people there maybe have more awareness because a lot of younger people are getting hired. So that's why there's the inclusion of bisexuality and like there's like so much diversity and there's like in the character design and like there's so much in there. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's very like queer cut. Like that's what I mean. Is that like the boomers are getting they're getting kicked out. They need to go retire. We don't need them making games anymore. I wonder if Ivy, if she is in this game, don't spoil me. I wonder if she is in Harley's storyline and not the main storyline. That would make sense. Even though Harley is a main storyline, but like I think the main story is the cult with Talia. And then Harley, Penguin, and everybody is underneath. Apparently she was teased for this game, so I don't know.
They didn't. According to the city permits, there's been no mining in Gotham City since the cauldron was completed.
Judging from what we found last night, they've been digging down there for centuries.
So someone's hiding that they're digging.
Give this a listen, Alfred. Babs managed to repair some of the court voice recordings.
Dionysium brought the Talons back to life.
Sort of. Dionysium's basically weak as hell Lazarus Pit water. Brings back motor functions, but free will's as good as gone.
Oh, so they turn into like zombies.
Exactly. Some kind of feral zombie assassin?
Pretty much. Oh.
We've all seen weirder shit. Maybe.
Feral zombie. Sounds like Jason, all right.
Hey, Ava. Oh. Nightwing. Inappropriate.
The older woman is Constance Cobblepot, I'm fairly certain.
And the others?
More difficult to say. Maybe if I heard them in person.
In person? Tim, put the waveforms on the screen.
It's hard to find a match with all the damage and voice modulation.
Thank you for 27 months, Ava.
Maybe the matching system would have better luck if
we match what we have against the live voices.
Fun, but how do we find these jackasses?
2 words. Orchard Hotel.
The Masquerade.
We're going to a masquerade ball?
This year's dedicated to Master Bruce.
Gotham's rich.
Oh!
Pretend they're humanitarians. I've been a few times.
So it's Dirtbag Central.
With so many of Gotham's elite together, Security at the masquerade will be tight. Finding out their plans first would give you an important advantage.
I'll tweak our masks to record telescopic audio.
If we can get a good vantage point, we may be able to put some faces to these mystery voices.
Sounds like our kind of party.
Let's go! Masquerade!
We have new clues for the board.
I want to go to the masquerade!
I leveraged a mutual acquaintance, the head of security for the
I also, like, I know what they're doing here. Like, I already know the end of the game. I don't even know any spoilers, but I'm almost positive I know what's gonna happen. And I don't want to manifest it. I don't know if I should say it to manifest it, or if, like, I don't want anyone to confirm or deny, but I'm almost positive Alfred and what's his name, Nightwing's dad, have an intel on this fucking thing, and they're hiding things that the crew is finding together. So they're working with the cult, and they already are in the know. Because literally, how did some of these people know where they are at the certain times? Like, the only people that know are Alfred and the uncle. Or whatever. Whoever his name is. I don't know his name. Hold on.
Has agreed to a meeting. The details are pinned to the evidence board.
I hope they wouldn't make Alfred bad, though. I hope that's not the gag. I think that's a cheap gag. Also, can I have a mod put this in 10-minute mode? I don't want spoilers. If you spoil, I'm gonna kick you in your teeth. I'm just I'm speaking hypothetically. Also, Ava and Marshall, before you guys entered, they confirmed basically that Nightwing is bi in this game, as well as Tim Drake. There was a cinematic scene that he got a cup, and it said, it had the bi flag on it, and then there's also connections in this email from his friend, if you'd like to read that for a second. /followers space 10. Tim Drake is canonically bi. Thank you, Marshall. Do I have to switch characters to see her emails? So, we are currently playing Dick Grayson. We're trying to turn it on, not off. You just did it. This is Tim Drake. Okay, let me do a rundown. Let me do for people that do not know the lore of the video games, let me do a quick little recap. Where are the profiles? All right. Y'all know Batman. I don't got to recap. But Batman needs a Robin. That's just T. So, his first ever Robin was Nightwing. He grew up, evolved into Nightwing, and is not Robin anymore. Nightwing's name is Dick Grayson. He's also in this game canonically bi. He is also the one that was in Teen Titans. This is who it was. And he is also the person that had a relationship with Starfire. He's also, you just need to remember that he's the first Robin. Like, that's why they reference that he's the leader. Like, he was the original. So when Nightwing grew up and needed to go somewhere else, he goes to Bloodhaven. He doesn't want to, he left Gotham because he wants to go make sure everybody's okay, like, wants to fight crime on his own. So Batman still needs a Robin, because he's just he's a top and needs a bottom. So he hires this guy, Jason Todd, as Robin. But Joker gets his hands on Jason Todd and basically makes Jason Todd his protege and frames it that he is dead. And I think he does die, but gets resurrected with the Lazarus Pit. The Lazarus Pit revives anybody that use it and gives you immortality. The people that have used it so far are Jason Todd and Ra's al Ghul. The girl we were just talking to is Talia al Ghul, the daughter of Ra's al Ghul, the owner of the Lazarus Pit. Big plot point right there. The Lazarus Pit is a very important plot point in the Batman universe. It's literally immortality. Okay, so that's what everybody's looking for. So, while Red Hood is under Joker's wing and made out to be that he's dead, Batman needs another bottom. So he hires Tim Drake. And Tim Drake is the youngest. He's the newest. He's the newest addition. He is confirmed in the comics that he has a relationship with another gentleman. So he is canonically bi in the comics. In this game, Dick Grayson was basically just confirmed as bisexual as well. So we don't really have a lot of intel on this guy. He's newbie guy, whatever. I don't really know a lot about Tim Drake. I only know these two guys. And then I know this is Barbara Gordon. I'm not really entirely sure how. Does anyone want to explain to me? Because I've always been confused about this. How does Barbara Gordon get her legs back? Because she gets shot by Joker because the Joker is after the police chief, which is Barbara Gordon's dad. So he goes after Batgirl and shoots her and paralyzes her. Okay, that's what I thought. But yeah, she gets her legs back and now she's Batgirl. But she's the son of not the son. She's the daughter of the police chief that is now apparently dead. I don't know where he went. But apparently he's dead. And then if y'all don't know, Alfred's the butler. He's been the butler for Batman for so many years. This is Talia al Ghul I was talking about. Talia al Ghul and Batman also fuck. A lot. So that's the recap. It's the remix. At the beginning of the game, Batman dies by blowing himself up and the Batcave because Ra's al Ghul, the person that has immortality, was coming after him. We don't know why Ra's al Ghul was trying to kill Batman. I mean, she's just a supervillain, but Batman kills himself. So Ra's al Ghul can't get any of the evidence and he blows himself up with the Batcave. Yeah, I don't think he is either. I think that's the gimmick. They're leaning into alluding that, like, you guys are gonna be leaders. He misses you. He loves you. They're leaning into it too thick. So it's either, like, he's not dead or, like, Alfred is the bad guy. And, like, I don't know. I just can't. I will be upset if they make Alfred the bad guy. I will be upset. But they're making him so sus.
Thanks for the heads up, Belfry.
It's called fast travel, not let me take 5 hours to travel. Not Raja O'Hara. When Raja wins Canada versus the world. I know that's right. That's my mother. I don't see anyone else taking it, I'm sorry. I think it's more Alfred has past connections and such, since there are a lot of ears and ground on the Gotham, since he's like 103 years old. Oh yeah, that could be it. I do love Victoria Scone. I hope she does well. Can you imagine if she hurt her leg again on this? Could you imagine if someone came back from hurting themselves and then hurts themselves again on Drag Race? That'd be sad.
Looks like the court grabbed Hendrix.
What the?
There's been reports of suspicious activity.
With luck, that's Hendrix.
We need officers near the Gotham Naval Research Facility.
Minus the problematic behavior. Poor AJ Lee is just sitting there while CM Punk is being problematic as fuck.
Oh look, court members. Seems like I found the party.
Hey, Nightwing is here!
Whoever's out there, I knocked out one guy before. You're no match for the court.
You messed with the wrong people!
It's like they want to get hit.
I'm okay here. Focus on them first.
What the?
Gotta love it when the fun comes.
Vigilante spotted. You won't see the morning, Nightwing. Divide his attention. You won't live through the night. The court will destroy you, Nightwing.
I'd rather not be here. Hello, sir. What's the tea?
I had a feeling this day was coming. You wouldn't believe the things that I heard at the hotel.
Probably why the court wanted you silenced.
Shit, they're real? That explains the matter.
Oh my god.
Look, one of my...
I thought it was so much later than it is.
You know what? You should probably have all the same intel too.
Thanks for the drive. We'll take care of it from here.
This city is going to the birds, I swear.
Belfry, I dealt with the court. Got a day to drive for the trouble.
Excellent. Please return to the Belfry so we can evaluate next steps.
We're almost on the scene, dispatch.
It's not safe here.
I really want to go take pictures and then get out of drag. because my eye keeps watering. I'm in so much pain, but I don't want to end stream. So I'm like thinking. My family isn't asleep though. Like I need to get upstairs in my studio.
I better check that out. Hey, on me, we got company.
Taking his ass to jail. Don't hold back anything.
Shit, missed. You're leaving here in cover.
Well, yeah, I gotta take pictures and then I gotta wash my face. But like the only issue I can't right now is because I have to wait for my family to go to bed, because if the dog attacks me, oh, I'm gonna be in the worst mood. I will not be having that today. Let's try to do the masquerade before I get out of drag. Well, Carl, thank you so much for the biddy. I appreciate it. Excuse me. I also can make animated bid emotes because I'm a partner and I still haven't done that. Like, I need to, like, do my thing. There are so many things I can do as a partner now that I said I wanted to do so bad I still haven't done. I'm like, okay, work.
I've uploaded the data we got from Hendrix. It should be ready soon. I've seen Bruce make that same face when he got stuck on a case. What's on your mind?
Everything starts with Ra's al Ghul attacking Batman, but I can't figure out how it connects.
You've never had to fight the League, have you?
Oh.
was a fanatic. He formed the League of Shadows centuries ago to root out corruption all over the world.
His philosophy, if you want to call it that, is that he should destroy things to build them back up. He's wiped out multiple cities over the centuries.
He set his sights on Gotham. Batman stopped him. He was impressed, so he named Bruce his heir.
That suddenly, even though Bruce said no thanks.
But it meant Ra's left Gotham alone. That is until he showed up and... Bruce.
Talia says Ra's was behaving erratically when he died.
Yeah. I put money on that not being the whole story.
Hang on. What if our starting point is earlier? Batman died while he was investigating the Court of Owls.
You think Ra's found out about it? But why come after his heir?
Ra's cares about two things: rooting out corruption and protecting the Lazarus Pits. So if the court was using an extract from the pits to create talents...
Ra's blows a gasket, steps in himself. Things escalate. Both he and Bruce end up dead.
And without Batman keeping a lid on Gotham's corruption, the court starts to stretch its wings.
The League follows Ra's to Gotham, and there's nobody to stop them from attacking the court.
Gotham City becomes ground zero for a goddamn war.
And no Batman to save it.
Well, yeah. I was kind of getting that already.
Yeah. It is. And we know what we need to do. We root out the court. And we keep the League away from Gotham.
Let's stay on topic, chat. Let's talk about Gotham.
Really
Batman.
Excellent. The drive Mr. Hendricks provided us contains exactly...
I thought we were going to a masquerade.
I've set up a safe house for Mr. Hendricks. His original one was compromised, but he'll be all right now.
What happened to the masquerade? Are we not going? Okay, Tim Drake is really cute. Is she sexting? I don't get it. Ow. Okay. Dick is bisexual in this. They're doing it on purpose. See, I told y'all. I knew Tim was confirmed bi, and now Dick is gay. I mean, bi. Wow. I'm glad we're doing this. Acceptance is good, but support is even better. I'll let Tim know. I'm obviously going to pride up my cape, but since you don't have one, hear me out, Rainbow Hood. Oh, Jason being supportive of his two gay besties, and also Tim, like, just being a little queer bi. Like, it makes my heart flutter. That is so cute. I love how Jason is, like, always angry, and he's, like, so supportive. That's so cute. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm so glad they included this because I was just like hoping we would have like one interaction with Tim Drake, but I'm actually gagged that they included that Nightwing's bi in this. Like, I'm gagged. Now I want to go to the masquerade. Honestly, I want to go to the masquerade as Tim. We're gonna switch through our bi kings. I also like
the court's modulator is gonna be a pain to remove. I'll pull up some of Bruce's old files, see how he disguised his voice back in the day.
I also just like the I like the dynamic of Tim. Like, he's just the new guy and he's super like scared and nervous and upset. Like, he's very emotional. He's definitely a Pisces. But I like his dynamic in the story. See, he's like shy. He's like so like an angel. I love him. That's my baby. It's like an older brother, Jason. He's so cute. Like, I want to date Tim.
Did it hurt, Jason?
When you died?
When I fell from heaven?
When you came back to life? Did the Lazarus pit hurt?
It changed me. Hey, Lazarus isn't gonna bring Bruce back, Tim.
Who's to say he doesn't want us to try?
Bruce, isn't this bike. You can't just change everything out and expect things to work like they did.
Then what am I supposed to do?
Try grieving.
It's like even more sad because like Tim was like literally working very closely with Batman in this era and like right under his wing, like just warming up to him. But like Jason and Dick got time to like grow up as well as as well as Barbara. But Tim was literally just like he's like just growing up. Like he was looking for Batman to be there and then he dies. Like that's so sad. He's literally like the little brother. It's like honestly though, also another thing with how queer this game is, everybody's shitting on it. Get a life. Sorry. I like my gay besties, please. My bi boys. I love bi men. This game has bi men. Wait, why is there a cutscene right there for Robin? Do you see that? What is that? Oh, is that where I was? Oh, that's stupid of me. That's where I was. It's not a cutscene. Stupid. Yeah, I'm stupid as fuck. That's just where I'm at. Anyways. Isn't it so good, Gerard? It's like, it's Teen Titans down. It makes me so happy because I'm a big Teen Titans fan. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't read or like watch Batman and not think like Harley, Joker, Ivy, and all of them are straight. Like, you're crazy. If you think Joker's straight, you need to get your eyes checked. Like, you are bizarre.
Belfry, I've reached the Orchard Hotel.
The balcony door should be open. That's your entry point.
Balcony? You booked a fancy suite.
I agree. Same, Ava.
I thought you'd appreciate the proximity.
Oh, he booked them the room. That's so cute. That's adorable. Well, yeah, I mean, but for years they weren't, Ivy. Like, for years they weren't. It was just, like, times change.
Belfry, I'm inside the Orchard.
Remember to find a safe place to eavesdrop in the ballroom. If security sees you, you're toast.
What?
That must be the ballroom. No way am I waiting in line.
Can't we just, like, dress up nice?
I heard the Wycliffes are coming tonight. They'd be stupid not to.
Why didn't we just, like, put on a nice outfit? I don't think that's security, honey.
Stop, Batman. I don't want to hear your crap. Does my grandmother have the heart of one? No, I don't care what happened to you. You promised me a heart. I have to attend this banquet, but when I'm done, you and I are going to have a chat with some of my associates.
compliments, ma'am. I'll let the hotel manager know about your feedback.
You'd better.
Okay.
Why else would they put this here?
Again with your stupid theory? You saw the elevator. The hotel doesn't have a 13th floor.
I'd better not interrupt them.
We'll impress the voice tonight, I'm sure.
No questions.
Belfry, the security systems should be down now.
Nice. Don't forget, those guards are court members, so punch away.
Oh, we can fight them?
You think you can get away with this? You'll regret it when I find you.
I missed.
There's my way in. Belfry, I'm about to enter the ballroom.
Well done.
Going to the ball.
Let's see what Gotham's elite have to say for themselves.
Record as much as possible. We need as much data as we can get.
I told you that formal wear was required this evening. This is formal wear. Did you hear about Langstrom's assistant?
He deserved to be let go. Just like Kirk, people forget their place.
The voice remembers.
Got some matches here. No sign of the voice yet.
Is this all they could muster for the great Bruce Wayne? It's embarrassing. When I go, it'll be a spectacle. Fireworks, dancers, ice sculptures, the works.
Look at this. Even in death, Wayne tries to outdo us.
She's right there.
After tonight, it won't be a
That's Miss Girl. We need to get her.
His death ought to be a celebration. What do you think this is?
Couple matches. These people are something else.
Have you been to the hotel's east staircase?
The one they sealed off? I hear it's haunted.
That's what I heard too. Strange noises, almost cries, and scratches in the walls. Ugh.
Did you sign the guest book? How could I not? I've got people to impress. Did you see some of the names in there? I did. Senators, judges, CEOs, even the mayor's here.
Did we not look at the guest book?
What do you mean you won't see me? I'm the goddamn mayor.
I'm afraid his schedule won't permit it.
You tell Colonel Kane that I won't be frozen out. My office demands respect.
Of course it does, Mayor Sai. I'll relay your message. Hard to believe Bruce Wayne is gone. I know. I was hoping to be his date this year.
What? I think that's all the voices. Oh, there's one down here.
Business is good. Great, even. Who would have thought this would give the rest of us such a kick in the pants?
Sorry to interrupt, but it's time.
For what?
Of course. We'll have to continue this later.
There's one.
What's it time for? Let's not get crazy now. These great gowns, beautiful gowns. I think this is gonna end up very violent. I'm scared for everybody at this party.
Pillars of Gotham, may I please have your attention?
Oh, Jesus.
It's my absolute pleasure to present our host for the evening.
Host? In an owl mask? $10 says that's the voice of the court.
Probably.
Thank you all for the warm welcome. But tonight is not about me. We are here to remember one of Gotham's greatest sons, Bruce Wayne. Now, you all knew the Playboy. I knew his charity, a brash defender of Gotham's best. Though he's gone now, Bruce's contributions to this city will be felt for decades to come. This is for you, Bruce. The last of our precious Wayne family. You've helped us in ways you never realized. And may we, the surviving families of Gotham, strive to live up to your inimitable legacy.
Sus.
Holy voice of the court. We have a match.
Well done. Now stay on him. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll take off his mask.
Sir, the labs are requesting more Dionysium to meet their production deadline.
I'm aware. Arrangements are being made. Let them know that I expect the quota to be met. No excuses.
Thank you, sir.
Why is everybody so scared of this guy, though? Like, what kind of reputation does he have? I don't get it. Like, how do you just, like... So...
What is it? You know I can't take phone calls when I'm working.
No more phone calls, Buster. This is bad.
Are the arrangements made?
If it pleases the court.
Excellent. I'll see you downstairs.
How is there a secret door in a hotel that... Okay, no questions.
The voice got in an elevator, and now I can't track him.
Weird. Somehow he went missing when he was between the floors.
Robin, we just found a hidden 13th floor in the hotel blueprints. Maybe that's where the voice went.
okay. Nia, thank you so much for the follow. Like, can we just not play the song? Get in there.
Maybe this haunted stairwell leads to Lucky 13. Belfry, I'm on the 13th floor and found a court door. This has to be it.
Understood. Tread carefully.
An entire secret floor. What are they hiding here? Now, if I was the voice of the court, where would I be? Belfry, any idea where I should start looking? Belfry? Oh, of course there's no comms. That would be too easy. Well, this is interesting.
Well, I can't just not. Get him for me.
Guess that meeting's over. I wonder what they were looking at.
I'm so hungry, I'm getting nauseous. You know when you're that hungry that you get, like, sick to your stomach? I'm there. I'm gonna make some food when I take off my makeup. But I'll be back. I'll probably take like a 20-30 minute. It depends on how long my pictures are gonna take. What the?
So the Corp killed Langstrom for working for someone else. If this recording isn't enough for a conviction, I don't know what is.
But there's still plenty to clean. Destroy everything. Make it so Langstrom never existed. We must send a message. You are only an owl of the court. So long as you remain loyal to the court.
So many names. High-profile murders, missing persons. Langstrom's on here. Is this a list of court targets?
I literally thought so too. I thought it was one of those D&D tables. What's happening?
Someone's targeting us.
Robin.
Yes.
A history of Gotham architecture. Did the court have a hand in all these buildings?
Not a puzzle. It's over for me.
Cathedral. City Hall. The courthouse. GCPD Central Station. Maybe this is something to do with the dates on the wall. The numbers on the wall are the years each place was built or renovated by court-connected firms.
One 42, 42, 41, 36, 77. So it's, the order is 41, 42. I thought that was it. Is it the other way? 36. So yeah, I did it the wrong way. Are they not the same? They're not the same. I thought they were reflective of what... Okay. So 42, 41. 41 is the long, tall one. So 41 is here. 42 is the one with... I think it's this one. Wait. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Okay, it's... that one. This one. Go back. This one. This one.
Definitely on the right track. By controlling these buildings, the court also controls the different power structures in Gotham. No wonder they're so powerful.
Of course. I should have known it was you.
I'm scared.
It's high time we talk.
I thought you wanted to talk.
Go.
Thank you.
So you made it here, all by yourself.
You're trying to destroy Gotham. I can't let that happen.
Destroy Gotham? Now we're trying to save her. Preserve her glory. I understand now the potential you could have to do the same.
You talk like you weren't just another villain, hiding behind a mask.
The only one hiding behind a mask is you, Tim.
Jacob Kane?
I knew it!
How do you know?
I know.
Called it!
Just like I knew my nephew Bruce was out there, keeping the peace in his armored pajamas. Don't worry, I didn't tell anyone. Call it loyalty to Martha.
We all live double lives, trying to shelter the city from chaos. It's just, our court is quieter about it.
The people of Gotham aren't puppets. When they find out you're pulling their strings, they're not gonna like it.
Yeah, Batman would probably say the same thing in your position. That's why I never told Bruce about the court.
We have the same ends, the same enemies.
It's madness. You're not serving us.
Except Robin doesn't kill people.
A difference in tactics, I'll admit.
For protectors of Gotham, you sure murder a lot of your friends. Kirk Langstrom, his assistant?
Those who betray us will suffer for it. Langstrom betrayed the court.
Bruce used his fortune to fight for the city. You fight for yourself. He never would have stood for this.
Do not use my nephew against me.
I mourn Bruce. I want answers for his death, just like you.
I don't think so.
I'm nothing like you, Jacob.
Eat him up.
Understood.
I protected Bruce, but I won't protect you. If you won't join us, I'm afraid you'll have to join Langston.
Security breach. We're under attack.
clearly have bigger problems right now.
Just stay out of my way. You won't like what happens next.
The way I knew it was him, like I literally called it.
Oh no. I should get back to the ballroom.
We're in over your head. Your chances of winning are 0. I will be the one to announce you, Robin. I will keep you senseless, Robin. This is a fight. You can't
No, please, don't!
Lord.
No! Belfry, we have some new guests at the party. They look like the League.
Understood. Paramedics have been called.
We will crush you, Robin. You think
That's new.
The League's just killing everyone.
Oh my Jesus. What the?
Time to fight.
Ow! Oh my God!
Let's make this happen.
Okay, well.
Incoming!
Oh my God, I thought it was over. I'm loving it, Crank. How are you doing? Ow! Ow!
The GCPD is about to enter the hotel. I'd suggest a quick exit.
I'm not sure that was the League. Oh God. Ow. If it couldn't get worse, it's got worse. Please.
Montoya, it's Robin.
I take it you heard what...
Okay. I need to take this makeup off. It is not surviving. It is not doing well. I need to go take pictures before it completely crumbles off. So I'm gonna go do that quickly, and then I will come back out of drag and we'll play more for the rest of the night. Possibly. Hold on a second. Yeah, let me take this off. I'm gonna go take it off. I'll be back. Thank you. I hope they do too because my makeup is off, so I don't know.